Doop. My OBS stopped responding for a second, and my heart stopped. It's like, oops. Thought we were gonna have to start all over, but I think we're good. Okay.
All right. It's about time.
Greetings, human. Please state your command.
Initiate live stream protocol, Mr. Ship.
I am afraid that is impossible.
Huh? Why?
Our sensors detect toxicity levels which are far beyond.
To hell with the toxicity levels. I'm going in there.
I must advise against such action.
It's too late for that, Mr. Ship.
I am serious.
Sorry, can't hear you.
Do not do that.
Oh, or what?
Oops. Don't mind that. Hello. 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 Welcome back. I got a poll going. I want to know how you're feeling. I got a poll going. You haven't answered yet. I just wanted you to rate your mood out of 10. Look how dark my coffee is today. It's very strong. Ooh. Ooh. Strong. I started a new pot of coffee, and you know when you like start a pot of coffee and you get the coffee that's like the first cup's worth that is brewed. Super strong. Tastes good though. How are we feeling today? How are we feeling today? No ones and twos, that's good. No nines and tens, that's to be expected. If I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, no nines and tens, that's to be expected. You're not at Disneyland. You're not at the water park. Where's the pole? Somewhere over there. I don't know. You might have to move my pinned question out of the way. If I'm a 9 or 10, I'm manic. No, if you're a 9 or 10, it's Christmas. Although what you're saying, I do understand where you're coming from. If anyone's ever experienced a manic episode, you might find yourself later in life after that episode almost avoiding being too happy or being too excited or being too energetic out of a concern for going back into a manic episode. Missing your husband a lot today, but you're handling it. You're stronger than you know. Glad to hear that you're handling it. Looks like we're pretty even across the board here. Some 3s and 4s, some 5s and 6s, some 7s and 8s. If you're at a 3, or a 4, hopefully we can have you bumped up. Hopefully we can have you bumped up by at least a point. Oh, so you got back into some counseling? Okay. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you're getting along well with your therapist. Let me tell you, whenever I started doing therapy, I wasn't trained as a grief counselor, and I also, it was just something we never really went over in school, how to help people when they're grieving. But, like, the first 3 clients I had were all in therapy because they were dealing with grief, and I had to wing it. But I think we did okay. It's tough, though. Grief counseling is hard. That's an L. Well, you can't win them all. You live to W another day. That's what losers say. Name anybody in the history of ever who has a 100% win record. I will wait. Give me one example of somebody who hasn't lost at least once in their entire lifetime. It doesn't happen. Life doesn't work that way. But you already knew that, because you're smarter than me. Was One Punch Man? One Punch Man is it's a manga. It's also an anime. But the story is about a guy who is so powerful that he can defeat any opponent with one punch. And what ends up happening is when all you do is win, you end up getting really bored and unsatisfied. Because as it turns out, in order for life to be more satisfying, we kind of need the struggle, we need the challenge. If all we do is win, that's boring. It's kind of like that Twilight Zone episode where the guy's in a casino and he keeps winning on the slot machine and he's like, wait a minute, all I'm doing is winning. This is boring. I'm actually in hell. Keep chatting everything at the same time. We're just on the same wavelength today. We're in sync today. You said you got a... Oh, you did your horse drawing? Let me see. Oh, you did the homework. Do you mind if I show it? It's a good horse. We did the homework. Somebody else did the homework too. I'm trying to remember where they posted it. Was it in the art channel? Yes. I gave them an A+ gold star. A+ gold star. How did it feel while you were doing it? Did it kind of give you that sort of like nostalgic feeling, or that feeling of like reconnecting. What do you remember feeling and experiencing while you were doing it? Nice. Nice. Thank you for doing the homework. If you missed it yesterday, the homework was do something nice for yourself. Do something that you want to do. Do something that you liked to do when you were a kid. You know, reconnect. Somewhere within you, there is little you, and little you has just been covered up in these layers of taxes and bills and deadlines and responsibilities and expectations, and somewhere within you, that part of you just yearns to be uninhibited, just no expectations, just living life. And that's the part of you that knows how to have the most fun. And I feel like it's really important to reconnect with that part of yourself. If you feel like punching, I would recommend punching a bag. I would recommend, if you feel like you have to punch, I would recommend punching something that won't punch you back. Something inanimate, something that is designed to be punched, like a punching bag or a pillow. Maybe go for a run. No need to be violent. Who deleted your message? I did. I deleted your message. Because I can't just have messages floating around that say I want to be violent against somebody else. Because that's against the Twitch terms of service and I'm looking out for you. So don't say I never did anything nice for you. Speaking of, this kind of ties into our first question here today. Why do you think statistics show that men are more likely to be involved in violent crimes than women? Why do I think that statistics show that? Is because it's accurate. That's the why. The why that happens is because that's the data. As far as why men commit more violent crimes than women, some would say it's related to testosterone. If you want to get into it, even dating back to early humans, like whenever we initially left the Fertile Crescent and we started migrating across Europe and Asia, there was a span of many years. It was the first Great Migration, and then there was a second Great Migration later. Something happened to all these first migration people. And some theories suggest that it was due to an overabundance of testosterone. We basically just killed each other off. So, why are men more likely to be involved in violent crimes? I don't know. A lot of men are made to feel like their emotions aren't to be taken seriously, and nothing really demands being taken seriously like violence. And so if you've been made to feel invalid or unable to express yourself in a healthy way, you're going to act out. Like a toddler. You're going to throw something. You're going to hit somebody. So it's a multifaceted thing, and I can only explain why I think it is. Part of it's probably cultural, part of it's probably biological. calling me a hoe. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. Your gender studies degree is tingling. Am I pretty close? I'll defer to your expertise on this. I'm kind of speculating. But just think about it. A lot of men are brought up to be told that nobody cares how you feel. Suppress your emotions, and suppressing your emotions does fuck all for actually helping you process your emotions. It just causes a buildup. And when you have a buildup, eventually you blow up. And more often than not, this is expressed in aggressive ways. Yelling, screaming, kicking, punching. It's more nurture than nature. I would agree with that point as far as most things go. Most things are more nurture than nature, but there is a little bit of nature that you just can't really shake off. Some things are just baked in. Just look at the different ways that, like, people will express their anxiety. Like, the way that people manifest anxiety is different depending on, who you are, your upbringing, your genetics. Some guys will process their anxiety with, like, now what would I do? What if a home invader was to break in and I had to fight him off? Or what if somebody tried to jump me when I'm walking down the street? Men tend to have their anxiety manifest as far as, like, what would I do if I had to fight for my life? How would I be prepared for that? Testosterone has been found in increased levels of aggression, but the step to violence is a conscious choice. Which makes you wonder what contributes to that ability to make a good conscious choice. I would say you have to factor in the size of the person's amygdala. I would say a person with an overactive amygdala, which is basically the fear center of your brain. People who tend to vote conservatively have a larger amygdala on average than people who vote Democratic, for example. It would also have to do with the development of your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that is able to look ahead and say, what are the consequences of my actions? What will happen if I do this? If I get mad and throw my phone across the room, I can't be surprised if my phone breaks, so I'm not going to throw my phone. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's genetics, it's culture, it's also the development of certain parts of your brain. It's the experiences you've had, it's what you were taught, but it's also the equipment that you're working with. There's nothing wrong with being violent. I just want you to sit down with that and just think about why you may be wrong. I'm not going to sit here and tell you why I think you're wrong, but I just want you to sit with it consider why you might be wrong. I'm not going to try to force you to change a different way of thinking. I just want you to open up to a new idea. Think about gorillas for a second. Gorillas are so strong that they could tear people apart. But if you're not actively antagonizing them, they will leave you alone. Because they don't see you as a threat. And so the point of having strength is not to be violent. It's to have peace. So you don't require violence in order to have a peaceful and satisfying life. You have strength to protect yourself when you need it, which is what you would learn if you practiced a martial art. So sign up for karate. Sign up for karate. You might learn some things. Or kung fu, or jujitsu, whatever you're interested in. But I feel like honing some discipline might help you to curb those violent urges. Might also teach you how to throw a proper punch, so that you're not breaking your finger bones. Wouldn't want you to hurt your chess hand. What is one of the hardest things you had to process and deal with during your mental health journey, and what are some key takeaways / aha moments you had when learning to deal with it? I have an idea. I'm just trying to formulate it. I'm trying to figure out how I want to convey this. The first one that comes to mind for me is dealing with the scope and scale of my life and my experiences within the grand scale of things. Feeling so small and insignificant in the grand scale of the world, or the galaxy, or the universe even, just makes you feel really little. And that can be hard to deal with. We don't really like to feel small. We don't like to feel that none of this matters. But the aha moment for me was, oh, none of this matters. The realization that the things that matter to me, I have a choice in what those are. I can choose what matters to me, and I can give them significance, and that's all that there needs to be. There doesn't have to be anything greater than that. But no, I remember earlier in my life just feeling depressed over the idea that, like, I don't matter, nothing matters, everything is insignificant, we're just dust in the wind. And then I realized, oh, there's freedom in that. Life is what you make of it. It's about the journey and not the destination. So no, since we're on the topic of aha moments, some more are coming to me, so I'm just gonna ramble for a little bit. I had one and then I lost it. I distracted myself. Typical leftist brain. One of the other big aha moments for me was just recognizing and appreciating that the pain that you feel at any given moment does not need to be permanent. Our brains have a way of feeling like, or our brains have a hard time of looking past pain, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If you could probably identify with this if you've ever, broken a bone, or you've had some other type of injury that's kind of like incapacitated you for a little while. It's really hard to look past that and be like, what will it be like when I am healed? And so the big aha moment for me was, even though I can't see what being healed will feel like, that doesn't mean that I'm not healing. It doesn't mean that I'm not moving in the right direction. You get what I'm saying? Like, even just with this scrape on my left hand, like I scraped the palm on my left hand and I haven't really been able to use it for much. Even that, it's just like, oh man, what's it gonna be like when I have a left hand again? Can't really conceive of it, can't really conceptualize it. I'm too focused on how I feel in this moment. Pain, as you're experiencing it, can be really hard to look beyond. And so, when it comes to whether it's either physical pain or emotional pain, just allow yourself to feel it and allow the healing process to proceed. Another big aha moment for me was this realization. Our brain will prioritize memories and experiences based on a few different factors. One of those factors is, how long have I been believing this thing? If we have believed something for a very long time, it makes it even harder to shake free of that belief. Sort of a sunk cost fallacy within your brain. Another one is, when a thought or a feeling generates a strong emotional response within you, it is also something that your brain has a hard time letting go of, because it assumes this must be important. This really hurt. Because our brain learns from those types of incidences. Like if you touch a hot stove, you learn not to touch the stove again, and you remember that for the rest of your life. Don't touch the stove. You're gonna burn your fingers. Doesn't stop me from doing it, though. Anyway, what I'm getting at is recognizing that the duration and the intensity of an emotional experience makes it harder to process and harder to move past. I found that to be freeing, and I found it's like, okay, just because it feels like these things are hard to let go doesn't mean that they're impossible to let go. These are things that I can let go. I might just have to work on them a little longer. They might be a little bit more ingrained within my brain. You know what I mean? Another big aha moment for me, and this is something that came with practicing meditation. Just practicing inserting myself in between, an experience and the emotion that I feel regarding that experience. And so, in a way, emotion was something that I was able to navigate more clearly. And so maybe I would have something that would happen to me that might normally make me upset. But before getting upset, I could pause and be like, no, okay. Now I can tell that this might otherwise make me upset, but do I want to be upset? Or do I want to do something else? Just that realization that I have more control over my emotional responses than I thought possible. Ingrained in the membrane. Ingrained in the brain. I probably got more. I've had quite a few of those aha moments. And this is one of the ways that I'll describe it to people when they're on their mental health journey. Like, I can tell that they're doing the work and they're making progress, and maybe they don't feel like they're as far along as they are. But it just feels like, you know what? You're just a few aha moments away from being where you're trying to get to. Another one of those big aha moments for me was stuff doesn't have to matter unless you make it matter. Caring is a choice. And so choose to care as much as you can for the things that are meaningful to you, and the things that aren't meaningful for you, you can let those things go. They don't need to rob you of that emotional energy. Also, another thing, I've got more. They just keep coming to me. You have a limit every day of the emotional energy that you can spend. You've only got so much emotional energy to give in any single day before your brain is just capped out. Your brain will literally just become exhausted and say, I need to sleep. I need to rejuvenate. I need to reset so that I can properly process these emotions. So remember that. You only have so much energy to give in a day. So if you find something is taking away from your emotional energy in a given day, like maybe you find yourself getting angry at somebody on the internet and you're like, wait, why am I spending 20, 30 minutes out of my day arguing with some stranger about something that's just totally inconsequential? I'm never going to get that time back. Maybe I could have directed that energy somewhere else. Maybe I could have thought about my friend's birthday that's coming up. Maybe I could have thought about what I want to buy them for their birthday. Or maybe I could have thought about what I want to do on vacation. Maybe I could have thought about what I want to make for dinner. Something more meaningful to you. Something that feels like a better use of your time. Anyway, I'm sure I've got more, but I'll leave them there for now. Oh, I do have one more. When you asked what is one of the hardest things you had to process, it was this. When it comes to depression, I had to own up to the ways in which I was contributing to my own misery. If I wanted to not be depressed, I had to stop living like a depressed person. I had to stop stoking that fire. You know what I mean? I had to stop, and I had to teach myself to do better. But so there's a way of feeling when you're depressed. It makes you feel powerless. It makes you feel helpless and hopeless. And one of the things that's hard to process is I'm adding to this. I'm making things worse for myself. I'm laying in bed all day. I'm not taking care of myself. And that's just contributing to my depression. Sometimes we feel like depression is something we just have to outlast. We just have to wait it out. It's like, no, you gotta push back against it. It's something you gotta fight against. You gotta get in there. Anyway. That was probably one of the hardest realizations for me. It was like, fuck. You know, you're like, it was like a Scooby-Doo episode. I pull the mask off the villain, and I'm like, fuck. It's me. It's me under there. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. Somebody submitted this in the question box. Now this is true. That initial realization of nothing matters can just make you feel very depressed. It's like, why bother? Why do anything? Nothing matters. What's the point? But beyond that, it's like, oh, nothing matters. I am free. I can live life how I want to. Good to be back. Glad to have you back. Things only matter as much as you let them, you know? I recently heard about the tragic case of Lacey Fletcher, which shocked me deeply. It made me question not just sanity, but humanity itself. Do you think people are born evil, or do circumstances turn them that way? How could someone do this to their own child, especially in their own home? This one sounds familiar, but the name isn't. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up in the. I'm reading the summary again. Just base it off of my eyebrows. The I'm just gonna read you one line. I'm gonna read you one line from the article about this. Investigators stated that they could not sleep or eat after investigating the killing due to the mental distress that the gruesome nature of the case caused them. Do I think people are born evil? I believe that people are capable of just about anything. I believe that most people are inherently good, but I believe that people can do terrible, wicked, evil things. Let me just say something. The fact that you read about this case and that it disturbed you deeply speaks to your humanity and to the greater humanity at large, because most people would read the terrible things that happened in this case and they would be outraged, disgusted, and that to me says that most people are inherently good. Don't let the presence of evil in the world cause you to despair. Only through awareness of evil are we empowered to do anything about it. There's a saying, it goes something like, How do you feel about the quote that says the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men should do nothing? How do you feel about that? It would be nice if things like this didn't happen, obviously. If people weren't abused or mistreated or killed, exploited, enslaved, that would be nice. It just has me thinking. It just has me thinking of the animal nature of humans. As far as nature goes, animals can do some pretty messed up stuff to each other. And I fear that one of the side effects of having a bigger brain is that we can be even more creative in the depravity. So why does stuff like this happen? I've found that in most cases where people engage in behavior that you would say is evil, they find ways of rationalizing it or justifying it. In some cases, these people actually go so far as to identify as being evil. They embrace the identity of being evil. And so why is that? Is it just cope? Is it just a way of coping with the terrible things that we've done? It's like, well, I've done terrible, fucked up stuff. It's just because I'm evil, though. Is it because the weight would just be too much if they were to actually accept responsibility for their actions? Another thing that people do is they will find ways of rationalizing it and justifying it. They will go so far as to say, like, well, they had it coming. They deserved it. They deserved my mistreatment. They deserved me inflicting harm on them. Would you be able to treat those kind of people, evil ones? The answer is it depends. One of the things that they've found to be most resistant to treatment is antisocial personality disorder. I do believe that some people can. The word I'm going to use is repent, because if it, like when you're at that point, that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like you must repent for these terrible things that you've done. But I feel like for many people, it's easier to simply cope, and it's easier to say, I'm just a piece of shit. I'm just a terrible person. I am evil, and so this is just how I'm supposed to be, rather than to say, I'm overwhelmed with, regret and remorse. It's like, you just think about it. Which one would be easier to do? Just to cope and to justify and to rationalize? Because that's what we do. That's what we do about things. That's what we do about our own negative behaviors. We cope. We rationalize. But when you're dealing with somebody who has a long-term pattern of manipulating, exploiting, and violating the rights of others, it's a really long shot to be able to get them to break free of those patterns. Part of the reason why it's so difficult to treat is because people who have these types of conditions don't want to be treated. They don't seek treatment. Now, can it be treated? It depends. Depends on the severity, it depends on the intensity, but I want you to take something else into consideration. Do these people feel like they deserve to be treated? Because in some cases, in cases where, let's say, like a parent abuses or murders their own child or something just terrible, like they might have a hard time accepting, forgiveness, or feeling like they can change, or feeling like they should be forgiven. And so instead, they just embrace that identity of, I am a bad person. I'm one of the bad ones. I think in the situation with Lacey, and just to give a brief summary, like I don't want to go into it because it is just quite disturbing, and I don't want to disturb everybody today. It was the case of a disabled adult child just being abused and neglected terribly by their parents, who were just, And so I feel like in a situation with that, it's like everybody needs help. It's like you don't mistreat people to that degree without being, hurt in your own way. And so let's say hypothetically somebody did do something terrible and they did want to be treated. It's like, how would you treat that? It's like, well, you'd have to go back to the beginning. You'd have to go all the way back to, where did these behaviors start from? Like, okay, so your dad was a drunk and he used to come home and he used to just berate you and belittle you and abuse you, and in order to cope with that, you started, bullying the neighborhood kids, and you started stealing and breaking stuff and starting fires, and later in life you've committed several acts of armed robbery and all sorts of other felonies, and it's like, but you realize that that's not the life you want to live. It's like, you got to go back to the beginning. Be like, where did this all start from? You got to understand the roots. And for somebody with such a track record, it can be difficult to do that. So I guess a major part of it is does the person want to be treated? Do they want to get better? Because it's going to involve some hard work on their part. Do they want to be treated, and do they feel like they can be treated? Because it's not just about wanting to be treated, it's about believing I can change. Because for a lot of these people, their behaviors have been so long-standing that they feel like, this is just who I am. I've developed an identity of just being a bad person. Would you as a therapist be able to work with people like that? Um, Good question. I feel like an important part of being a good therapist is recognizing your own limitations, and I feel like one of my limitations is I just can't stomach abusers. Like people who abuse children, especially. It's just like, I can't stomach you. I feel like you would be better served if you were, halfway to the sun right now. And so I recognize that that's a limitation of my abilities as a provider, is that I can't work with that population of people because of my own personal judgments and feelings, and that's okay. But there are people who can, there are people who do. So good for them. Good for them. I'm glad that they're able to do that. I don't think that could I do it? Probably. Would I want to do it? Absolutely not. Is it possible? Probably. I could put on a face and I could, keep a calm demeanor and I could do what I need to do and I could do it, but I don't want to. I have no interest in doing it. You know what I mean? Do evil people even want to go to therapy? Most of them don't. Most of them don't. Most of them end up going to prison. Which, if they do get therapy, is probably in prison. This is your weekly reminder that the largest provider of mental health care services in the United States is the Corrections Department. More people get mental health treatment in prison than anywhere else. Or they become CEOs. Exactly. See, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. If you're talking about a sociopath, sociopaths exist across the entire spectrum of human intelligence. There are low-functioning sociopaths, and there are high-functioning sociopaths. Low-functioning sociopaths are the ones living in rundown houses and, selling fentanyl and, robbing people at knife point and just, But then on the other end, you have high-functioning sociopaths. These people are politicians, CEOs, bankers, landlords. They use the fact that they don't see other people as people. They see other people as less than, so therefore it's okay to exploit them and mistreat them. But they don't want to go to prison. They don't want to go to jail. They know better because they're higher functioning, and so they manipulate and coerce and control in other ways. Like Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, or, people who manufacture arms, the people who, sell weapons wholesale. They view profit as a greater motivator than they don't care that it costs human lives. And then somewhere in between the high functioning and the low functioning sociopaths, you also have the average functioning sociopaths. These are the people who go to church every Sunday, they have family portraits taken every year, they take all their kids to, their sporting events, but then secretly, privately at home, there are terrible things going on that they don't want anybody to know about, and they're good at hiding it because they have a relatively, high level of functioning. Like those family YouTubers. You know the ones I'm talking about? The ones that's like, oh hey, it's me and our 7 kids, and then you find out that they're just exploiting and abusing their kids, and but they project this image of being all wholesome and friendly. As morbid as it is, it's interesting to think about just the ways that sociopathic, antisocial behavior manifests at different levels depending on the functioning of the individual. But it also just really rings true that antisocial behavior exists across the entire spectrum of human intelligence. So it's not just something that you do because you're, dumb and don't know any better. It's something that people... it's like, it just makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder, is there just some sort of like error in their development? Is there just something like fundamentally like biologically wrong, or like what is going on here? Pork Tree, thank you for the Prime sub. What's up? Hey Jim, how you doing? Long time no see, Jim. Welcome in. Cheers, Jim. It's also important to remember that people who express sociopathic behavior don't always act on it. There are people out there who essentially, for lack of a better phrase, they use this for good rather than for evil. But that takes a lot of self-awareness, and it takes a lot of self-restraint and self-control. So not everybody who's antisocial is evil with it. Some people who are antisocial are just... you might not even be able to tell. It might be like your boss who doesn't mind asking you, hey, I know that you requested off this weekend because it's your daughter's birthday and you put that request in 6 months ago, but we really need you to come in. Like, we often don't associate sociopathic behavior with that type of behavior, but I feel like it really does kind of manifest in all sorts of different ways. Also, the more you look at like certain career paths, they're all like sociopaths are drawn to these career paths like moths to a flame. I got 4 long classes tomorrow, and 2 of these 2 classes are with the teacher who I freaking hate. What do I do? Alright, Jim. Let's weigh your options. Let's weigh your options here, Jim. You either keep hating him, or try something different. Let me share with you my preferred strategy of dealing with people that have a bad rep or people that I don't like. I try even harder to be friendly with them. One of my first big boy jobs, I was put on the team of the manager that nobody there liked. Everybody disliked this supervisor. Nobody wanted to be on their team. But I was nice to them, and I was friendly with them, and I would make jokes with them, and I was able to have a good relationship with them. And so, just because you hate somebody now doesn't mean that that can't change. Just because we might not like somebody now doesn't mean that we can't change the way that we feel about them. Maybe we just misunderstand them. Maybe they are prickly just as a way of protecting themselves. I found that being nice to people can really go a long way. When people put on these, rough exteriors, that's as a way to, keep people at a distance and protect themselves. Or see if the class is taught by a different teacher. That's another option. But me personally, I would just try to view it as a challenge. Be like, okay. I would view it as a challenge because there are going to be times in your life where you're just going to have to deal with people that you might not like. And this is a good opportunity to practice handling those feelings within you because we can't avoid those feelings forever. Eventually, we're going to have to, cooperate and deal with people that we might not otherwise like. Hello, Mr. Domain. That's Dr. Domain. I'm joking. I'm joking. I recently got over a pretty bad breakup a few months ago, but I learned today that my best friend is now dating the person I was with. They violated the code. They violated the best friend code. That's like rule number 1. They violated the code. They broke the sacred oath. What I dislike about that teacher is that they called me something behind my back and keep making suggestions that I'm stupid. Then prove them wrong, Jim. Then prove them wrong. When it comes to people talking bad about you behind your back, what I've found to be the better way of handling it, rather than returning that energy and being negative towards them, I find it even better to prove them wrong and to make them feel silly for thinking badly about you in the first place. Questioner, I can't believe it. I can't believe they broke the sacred oath. My best friend is now dating the person I was with, and I'm feeling all the negative, sad stuff in my system all over again. I don't want to break them up. They both seem happy, and I don't want to be the third party that doesn't consent to two people making their own choices. At the same time, I really don't know how to stop feeling so garbage about it. Thoughts? Allow yourself to feel whatever it is that you are feeling. If you need to just feel like garbage, feel like garbage. You won't feel like garbage forever. This feeling is temporary and it will pass, because eventually something else will come up. You'll get hungry, you'll have to go to the bathroom, you'll feel like scrolling on your phone, you'll feel like, doing a hobby, you'll feel like going for a walk, something else will pop up. But allow yourself to feel and process those feelings. Don't run from them, don't hide from them. Just let them in, so that you can sort them out. I would just try to look at it this way. If they're happy, good for them. I'm happy for them. We don't want to live a life where we feel unhappy because other people are happy. We don't want to look at other people's happiness and say, damn, I wish that was my happiness. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? I feel like I just thought that was best friend code. I thought part of the best friend code was If your best friend breaks up with somebody, that person is off limits. I thought that was the best friend code. I thought that was a sacred oath. I feel like the sooner you allow yourself to just process those feelings, you can start to redirect that energy and you can start to focus on yourself and focus on finding a relationship with somebody who makes you happy. You can choose how you respond to the breaking of the code. Because I feel like a code has been broken. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to enforce my own morality onto you. It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm speaking from my perspective. I'm like, ooh, you broke the code. Now you don't have to adhere to the code. This is just the code that some of us apply to. So we should focus more on optimism. I feel like focusing on optimism is very rarely a bad choice. I feel like we really owe it to ourselves to focus on the positive because our brains are very sensitive to the negative. Our brains have a debuff, and it's called the negativity bias. Negative information, negative emotions have a 2 times multiplier within your brain. They are doubly effective. Critical hit. And so we really owe it to ourselves to try to be optimistic and to think positively. Because if we don't, our brain is going to drift in the direction of the negative because it's wired to be that way. Now, why is it wired to be that way? Because it's trying to protect us from harm. Not every negative emotion or negative experience is something that is harmful to us, but our brain can't really tell the difference. It's trying to protect us, and so it's making us overly sensitive and overly aware to negative things because it's trying to keep us safe. Now, is this the right way? I think it needs to be patched. I think human brain operating system is long overdue for an update. I feel like we need a patch. I must be the weird one in this scenario. Everybody point and laugh. I'm just kidding. No, you're good. Nah, you're good. I'm just inserting myself. I'm like, what if my best friend started dating one of my exes? I'd be like, damn, dude, that's fucked up. Like, what are they talking about? Are they talking about me? Are they but that's just me being a little tad narcissistic. Like, oh, they must be talking shit about me. They're just over there laughing at me. Over there going to brunch. Just talking shit on me. I would just say this. allow yourself to process those feelings because there's definitely a lot going on here. And just give yourself the time you need to figure it out. You don't have to rush through it, but I would say just allowing yourself to feel those things is going to help you to heal. You know, you might feel some sense of like frustration or betrayal or, you know, feeling like I'm not good enough or feeling like a failure. I don't know. It could be any of those things. I'm just throwing out ideas. But allow yourself to feel and work through those so that you can reaffirm yourself and so that you can redirect your focus. Because right now you've got something that's going through you and you need to process it so that you can reorient yourself. It would make you feel ganged up on betrayal wise, right? It's like, of all the people that you could date, you have to date the one that I just had a bad breakup with. I guess part of the reason why I feel that way is from my perspective is like, when you go through a bad breakup with somebody, your friends should be the ones who are on your side. Your friends should be the ones who are there to support you and say, you know what? Screw them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just feel what you need to feel, but try not to dwell too much. Try not to dwell too much. Just try to focus on springing back. You know, you are still full of potential and full of opportunity, and the sooner you're able to process the feelings that you're dealing with now, the sooner you'll be able to start focusing on yourself again. Because pretty soon, all of this will be in the distant past. So no need to dwell any longer than you need to. I wished I could have let go of things sooner. And that's fair to say, but it's also not really being fair to us right now. I feel like we let go of things when we are ready to let go of them. Wishing that we had done something sooner is wishing for the impossible. Like, if we're going to make wishes, we should wish for things that can actually come true. Going back to that earlier question that was talking about aha moments, I would say that that was also another one for me. Just that realization that you can't change the past. You've only got the moment that you're in. And to wish that things had been different in the past is just a waste of your time. It's a waste of your energy. It's just think about it. Just think about it. When has looking back at the past and wishing that you had done something differently ever helped you? When has that ever been a productive use of your time? I could see it as a productive use of your time if you're looking back and trying to learn from your past mistakes, but beyond that, you know, how long do you need to spend dwelling on those things, ruminating on those things? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. How do I act more normal? How do I act more normal? I feel out of place, awkward, struggling with eye contact, having a weird aura. How do I start to accept this? There's no such thing as normal. There's no such thing as normal. I would focus less on trying to feel normal, and I would try to focus more on having self-esteem and having self-confidence. What you will realize when you start to build self-confidence is that it is the exception rather than the norm. What I've found to be true is that most people are lacking when it comes to self-confidence. What you realize is that a lot of people struggle with feeling out of place. What? Okay. All right. Actionable tip time. Actionable tips. Actionable tips. If you feel awkward, learn to laugh at yourself. Embrace it. It's not about not being awkward, because we can all be awkward from time to time. That happens to everybody. It's about how you respond to it and how you bounce back from it that matters more. Being able to have a laugh at yourself, being able to say, wow, that was kind of awkward, wasn't it? Just being affable and having a sense of humor about yourself will take you so far when it comes to socializing. What I've found is that a lot of people take themselves far too seriously. If we feel like we're struggling with eye contact, I'm going to give you a tip. Don't look. Don't look here. Don't look in their eyeballs. Look here. Look at their nose. Or look here. Look right between their eyebrows. Or look right here. Look at their mustache if they got a mustache. The thing about eye contact is it's kind of overrated. Eye contact is kind of overrated. You know what I do to show somebody that I am listening to them? I don't stare at them, because I don't listen with my eyes. I listen with my ears. And so if I want to show somebody that I'm really intently listening to them, I turn my ear to them like this. But it's not just about eye contact, it's about orienting yourself towards the person. You're standing facing them rather than standing facing away from them. I would say that the way that you are oriented matters more than whether or not you are staring at them. Does that make sense? Like, if you and I are having a conversation and we are facing each other, it's okay if I turn my head to the side. I can appear like I'm thinking about what you just said. I'm mulling it over. I'm soaking it in. This is good. I don't need to be staring you down. That's kind of awkward. I would say that just locking eyes with somebody and staring at them the whole time is more awkward than not. I feel like a lot of people struggle with eye contact, and it's almost like a biological thing. It's like a mammalian thing. Like, what happens if you stare down a gorilla? It sees it as you threatening it. It sees you as you are challenging it, and it will charge you. You stare down a dog, it'll start barking at you. It might try to bite you. But for some reason, humans have this obsession with forcing themselves to do something that is inherently biologically uncomfortable. Isn't that kind of weird? I think that part of the reason why there's this cultural expectation of people to maintain eye contact is because we know deep down that it is a challenge. But it's about for some reason forcing yourself to do it anyway is seen as you being dedicated to the person that you're listening to or something. I don't know. It's totally a culture thing too. That's a great point. That's a great point. Some cultures even see it as rude to just stare at people. It's kind of a dominance thing when you think about it. Look at me when I'm talking to you. You know what I mean? It's giving abusive parent in a way. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Like, no thanks. Having a weird aura. Alright, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've found that in life, it's about finding people who are complementary flavors of weird. Because we're all weird in our own way. Like me personally, I think it's kind of weird that some people work an office job for 40 years and they, eat the same thing for lunch every day and they spend 8 hours a day at a computer chair typing emails or whatever the fuck people do in an office. I don't know. I think that's weird. That's weird to me. But for some people, that's just the way that they are weird, and they resonate and connect with people who share in a similar flavor of weird. So you just need to find your people. You need to find people that you resonate with. People who are weird in the same way, or in similar ways, complementary ways. That's what life's all about. For me personally, I've found that life gets way easier and way more comfortable when you're just able to embrace your weirdness, rather than trying to live up to somebody else's standard of what normal must be. And so you accept this by accepting yourself. I am what I am. I am in the process of becoming who I am meant to be. You need somebody to match your freak. Exactly. I can't even look away or turn off my camera for a moment. Jim, you know what I would do, Jim? I'm lucky that I missed out on having to take Zoom classes or TAC classes over webcam. If I were in that position, I would film a video loop of me just being like this. Just me staring at the camera for 1 or 2 minutes, long enough so that they can't tell that it's just a loop, but I have this, but it's still. Oh yeah, I do. You like the loop idea? I'm just... That's what I would do if I had to take an online class today. I would just get a recording of me sitting there, Maybe every once in a while I would look down and scribble like I'm scribbling a note or something. I'm like, okay, just nodding. Every once in a while I'd go, And I would make the video like 2 minutes long. Maybe 5 minutes tops. I don't know. But just make it long enough so that they won't be able to tell that it's just a loop. Also, make it so that you can only see your face so that it doesn't look like you're wearing the same clothes every day. Unless you're wearing something that you could get away with wearing every day, like, oh, I'm wearing the same hoodie or something. Smart but hard to do. It's not that hard, actually. It's actually pretty easy. What's up? What's up? What's up, Dr. Ackbush? I mean, how do you hide your shirt? I don't know. I'm too big. I'm too big, I fear. It can be done. It can be done. You know, like, just have the loop be of the perspective of, like, your parents whenever you FaceTime them and they're looking at the camera and they're like, hey, is that Jim? Hi, Jim. Dale. Dale, it's Jim. Oh, is that Jim? Slowly better with your help, Domain. Hope you had a good day today. I am having a good day today. I'm feeling much more energized than I was yesterday. Yesterday I was probably running at 30% brain power, but today I feel like I'm at 65 to 70% brain power, so that's pretty good. It's a good level to be at. It's a good level to be at. Being at 100% brain power can be stressful. It can also make you really enthusiastic about some ideas that might not otherwise be that good. I normally get paid today, but I didn't today because there's a new payroll person. Get that shit in writing so that you can give it to your landlord. Get that shit in writing so you can give it to your landlord and be like, hey, I will pay you. You just want to give them proof, I guess. It wouldn't hurt. Luckily, they allow us to pay late with a $50 fee. Fuck a fee. What are they gonna... Like, oh, is your company gonna reimburse you for that $50? Why is that on you? Come on, cutie cheeks. Unlock your inner Karen. Let your inner Karen out. Let your inner Karen out. I don't think they'll care about that. Make them care. Make them care. What I would do is I would say, I would give them proof that I wasn't able to pay because of extenuating circumstances, and I feel like I don't owe you this $50 fee. I'm going to pay you what I would pay in rent. Like, if you're gonna have a $50 balance hanging over my head, so be it. Send that shit to collections for all I care. I don't fuck. I've gone in there really angry before. Then imagine how surprised they would be if you went in there really nice. Just throw them for a loop. Not a question, just wanted to say thank you, Papa, and this community for your support. Aw, you're welcome. You're welcome. I recently wrote about blacking out drunk and injuring my hand. I needed surgery. I'm doing okay. That's good. Since my initial question, I've been going to AA meetings every day, got a sponsor, and recently celebrated 30 days. Let's go. Shit. Good shit. My close friends were extremely supportive, opened up about their own alcohol issues, and am excited to start this next school year with a clear head. I know there are times it will be hard, but I am happy I built a foundation over the past month. Hell yeah. Let me just say something. You are right in saying that there are times ahead that will be hard. There are times ahead in recovery that catch you off guard. Like, maybe it's a certain date, maybe it's a certain time of year, maybe it's a special occasion. You know, stuff is going to pop up and it's going to be like, oh, life threw a curveball at me. That will happen. But realistically, you've made it through that first 30 days. And I would argue, just based on what I have experienced with working with people in recovery, is you've made it through the hardest part. And you've started to get some time under your belt. And so from now on, you're just, you know, one day longer, one day stronger. That's awesome. That's awesome. Sometimes all you need in life is a good wake-up call, and I feel like you got that wake-up call. You're like, you know what? It's time to do things differently. The importance of a wake-up call is whether or not you answer it, whether or not you pick up the phone. That's good. That's good. I would say for most people in recovery, it's that first few days, that first few weeks that are the hardest because, you know, you're still detoxing. This like, whether it be like nicotine or weed or amphetamines or alcohol, it's like you're still working it out of your system. You know, and you're still fresh in those old behaviors, but you're starting to build up some meaningful time, and so that's good. And so going forward, it's just lean on those supports. If you feel like you are tempted, know who it is that you want to call. Know who it is that you want to talk to. Know what it is that you want to do instead. Just have a plan and make it as foolproof as possible. Isn't it kind of ironic that people will normally take alcohol as a way of feeling better about their problems? When in reality, I don't think alcohol has ever solved a problem for anybody. Okay, so maybe there are some exceptions throughout history. Maybe somebody got drunk and then invented something, but that's the exception, not the rule. We're proud of you. So keep building up that foundation. The book Living Sober has been a huge help. Nice. I don't know if I've... let me look it up. There's a reason why they always say one step at a time, or one day at a time. You take it one day at a time in recovery. Whenever I did recovery groups, there were these two old guys who would come in. They were probably in their 70s, and they would come in and they were part of like a local AA chapter, and they would talk with the group and stuff. And just hearing some of the stories that they had, it's kind of wild how ingrained into society alcoholism was. Even like, this was probably like back in the 70s and 80s where they were like at the worst of it. But like, they were talking about how he's like, yeah, you know, I had a pension job at the auto manufacturing plant, and I used to just wake up and, you know, have a 6-pack for breakfast and then go into work and then be drinking all day, and then I would come home and have, I'm like, damn. Like, damn. It's AA literature. The AA literature is pretty solid. I've read through some of it, and I've, you know, pulled lessons for people from some of it, and it's not a bad thing to follow. I feel like some people get really hung up on it because there's this concept of like, well, there's this part about the AA book where it's like you need to surrender to a higher power, and some people are like, well, actually, I'm not religious, so this whole book is meaningless to me. And I feel like that's kind of just a cop-out. I feel like people will use that as a cop-out of saying, you know, like, I can't go through with this program because it's got a religious component. And it really isn't a religious component if you don't want it to be. It's just about believing that there is something bigger than you out there. That could be society, that could be the human species, that could be the universe. Who cares? The point of it is that you are not the be-all, end-all. You are not the supreme being. That is what it's about. Just recognizing that you are a small part of something much bigger. That's an important part of recovery. Yesterday, the speaker talked about during COVID his workplace sending drinks to their homes for Zoom happy hours. COVID was wild. Just thinking back to it, it's like, oh yeah, you could get drive-through alcohol. You could go to you could get curbside pickup on cocktails. It's like, wow, wow. Like, wow, our society functions in such a way that we can't get teachers the supplies that they need. We can't get school kids lunch, but we can make it so that you can get cocktails at a drive-through. We need to make sure that keeps functioning. Like, our priorities are kind of fucked. Our priorities are just a little bit fucked up. From what I've been learning, higher powers, whatever it is for you. Exactly. But a lot of people get hung up on it. A lot of people just assume that it must be like a Christian god or whatever, but it really isn't. It really isn't. It is kind of weird that you can order alcohol delivery, but you can't order nicotine. The addiction to nicotine is a strong one, but you are stronger. I feel like a major part in overcoming any addiction is embracing your own potential, embracing your own strength. Going back to that aha moment question, an aha moment for me in dealing with my own, anxiety and depression was, I'm not dealing with depression. Depression is dealing with me. I'm not dealing with anxiety. Anxiety is dealing with me. I would say, Cutie Cheeks, you're already probably pretty good at mindfulness. Just apply that to your nicotine use. It's going to be your biggest ally in quitting it. Just really paying close attention to how it makes you feel. It's just hard. Well, you're harder, so... One of the things I found that is when you're using nicotine, it encourages you to take a big, deep breath. And so whenever I felt the urge to take a puff, I would just take a big, deep breath instead. And I would just surf the urge. It's another thing that they teach in addiction classes is urge surfing. When we talk about urge surfing, it's literally what it sounds like. An urge to use will build up, kind of like a wave, but it eventually fades. An urge can't persist indefinitely. Eventually, your body's going to find something else to focus on, and you just have to ride it out, is basically the simplified version of urge surfing. Let's do a quick side note. The 5 stages of urge surfing. Step 1 is awareness. I'm feeling the urge build up within me. I'm gonna label and observe. It's like, okay, what is it that this urge is making me feel? What is it doing to me? I want to identify it. I want to observe. Give yourself a healthy distraction. Find something else to occupy your time. And then reflection and self-compassion. I'm on the bus to see my dog. I feel very brave for going. You are very brave. So you should feel very brave. You are a very brave person. I'll give you a round of applause. I want you to just focus on those feelings that you're feeling. Just really let them in. Just soak them in. Hi. I'm really struggling to maintain my sanity while living at my parents' house. It's not that I don't love them, it's just that I feel useless because I don't have a job yet after college. I'm broke and it's making me kind of depressed. I was very financially independent and had many hobbies while in college, like archery, working out, and film writing, but I feel way less motivated to do those things since I had to move back home. Everyone keeps reminding me about job stuff as I send in applications and work on my resume every day, and I just feel so helpless and in low esteem. I'm usually a very positive, humorous person, but I barely have the energy anymore because of all the anxiety about job searching. My family does need the money. Any advice? All right. My advice is going to be two-part. I'm gonna give you some advice on how to handle these feelings that you are dealing with, and then I will also give you some advice on maybe some practical, actionable advice, things that might help you a little bit in your job search. So first off, we want to try to convert those feelings that you're feeling, that anxiety, we want to try to convert that into motivation. Because when you get a job and when you achieve that goal, the anxiety is going to fade. It's going to be replaced. And so that's why it's there right now, is because it's trying to motivate you to achieve your goals. And right now your goal is to find a job. So try to remain hopeful, try to remain optimistic, and try to remain motivated. Because you need to be if you're going to achieve this goal. So try to convert that anxiety into motivation, because that's what it's trying to do within your brain. It's trying to motivate you. And is it the most effective motivator? Not always. Not always. But I feel like beating yourself up isn't going to help you accomplish your goals. Try to put yourself into a position where you feel capable. Try to be more encouraging and uplifting of yourself. That will help you move closer to your goals than if you're pushing yourself down. All right? So basically, I'm just asking you to show yourself some grace. It's okay that you haven't found a job yet. You're working on it. You're doing what you're supposed to. It can take time to find a job, and it's a stressful period when you're in limbo and you're trying to find something. If you really are looking for work and you want to work sooner rather than later, all right, here's where the practical advice comes in. I'm going to give you some practical tips. Take the first job you can find. Take any job that'll hire you. Any job that you feel like, even if it's beneath your credentials, because here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand when they're going into a job search is it's easier to get a job when you already have a job than it is to get a job when you don't have one. Part of the reason for that is when employers are looking at your application, they like to see that you actually do have a job right now, because that means that you're employable. Because, oh, somebody else already gave this person a job, so they're employable. But whenever you don't have a job, the person who's looking over your resumes and your applications are going to be like, now why don't they work? Why don't they have a job already? They have to do more research, and they have to do more vetting, and they have to really confirm that you're a good candidate, because at this point in time, you don't have a job. But if you have a job, then it shows to other employers that you are hireable and that you can get a job. So in some ways, just having a job makes getting a new job easier than if you're trying to get a job while you aren't working. Also, Pork Tree's right. When you do have a job, you don't owe them anything. You can, you don't owe them your loyalty. You don't owe them, anything. You're there to do a task and get paid for it. That is it. So, that's why I would recommend just finding a job that seems like something that you would be okay with doing. Even if it's, stocking shelves or, working at a restaurant or, something that, is easy to get on board with. Something that's, relatively low stress but pays you decently. Because while you're still looking for your dream job, a job in your field, you can work another job just to occupy your time, to give you a sense of accomplishment, and also to give you some income. There's no shame in that. There's no shame in that. Like, whenever I graduated college, before I got a job in the psychology field, I worked at a restaurant. I worked at a restaurant for a while because it was much easier to get that job than it was to get a job in the psychology field as somebody who's fresh out of school without job experience. So what I would say is just find a job that will hire you. Find a job that sounds interesting and enjoyable to you. Just, if it's a clerk at a store, if it's, whatever it may be. Whatever it may be. Because you'll find that it is such a weight that has been lifted in just having that job because you're looking for a job. But while you're working at that job, you can continue to apply to other places. You can continue to look for work elsewhere. And you can work on finding a job that fits your credentials a bit better. Also, beyond that, I think that AI is really good at writing resumes. And so what I would do is I would take your resume and I would run it through a language model like ChatGPT or something, and I would have it reword my resume for me. AIs are really good at that kind of writing. My daughter did barista work until she got a job as a staged electrician. Exactly. You find a job that sounds workable. You know what I mean? Just find a job that sounds workable. Because I really do feel like you have to think like somebody who hires. You have to think like somebody who works at a company whose job it is to go over new applicants and to bring them in for interviews. You have to try to think like them. And let's say you're looking through a stack of applications. Maybe this person just got out of school, but they're not working right now. Now, why is it that they're not working right now? I don't know, but my brain is going to make up any number of reasons why they're not working right now. But then I see another application, and it's like, this person has the same credentials, they have the same degree, but they are working. So what does that say to me? That says, oh, somebody interviewed them, somebody did their background check, and they found them to be hireable. That's good. That saves me time, that saves me effort. Just, you gotta think like the person who's doing the interviews. You gotta think like them. And that's kind of what goes on, is when they're looking at applications, if they see two people who both have the same degree, but one person isn't working and the other person is working at a restaurant or a coffee shop or a grocery store or whatever it may be, they're probably going to hire the person who already has a job, because somewhere in their mind they're like, well, this person got a job, so they must be hireable. That takes some of the work off of me. Does that make sense? It might seem silly and it might not seem like it makes sense, but if you think from the perspective of somebody who's actually going over resumes and reading applications, that's probably part of their thought process. Like, oh, this person this person's working somewhere, so somebody interviewed them. Somebody confirmed that they were worthy to be hired. That makes them more likely for me to want to hire them. Rather than somebody who is, an unknown and because they're not working right now. So finding a job can help you to get the job that you're looking for just by finding any job, just working somewhere while you continue to search for a job that's in your field. That makes sense? You see where I'm coming from? Also, I feel like just having a job will be a good outlet for you. It'll allow you to make new relationships. It'll allow you to socialize. It'll allow you to get out of the house. It'll give you a sense of accomplishment, a sense of routine. And I feel like those are all things that you could use right now. And those are things that will help you from feeling helpless and help you from feeling low in self-esteem. So I would just say, figure out how much it is that I'm trying to make an hour. Am I trying to make 15 bucks an hour? Am I trying to make 18 bucks an hour? Just try to find a job in that field. I was working a job that I enjoy, but it was suffering immensely due to my menace of a boss. During the worst of it, I really appreciated listening into this stream. I ended up being pushed out, and I'm now applying elsewhere as we speak. Wish me luck. I'm manifesting luck. I'm trying to channel luck and good fortune for you. Believe in you. Getting a job when you really need a job feels great. You know what also feels great? Leaving a job when it was a terrible, miserable job. Even though it's like, okay, well, what am I going to do for money now? There is still that sense of relief. Like, whew, well, at least I don't have to go in there anymore. Tell us some happy stories and memories from your life. I will tell you about the day that I first met my dog. My dog, Penny, I got to meet her on the day that she was born. I was a case manager at the time, and one of the people that I was working with, their dog had puppies, and I went over there and I saw the puppies on the day that they were born. And she was so tiny. She was little. And so I got to see her when she was born, and then I got to see her again when she was like a week or two old, and just got to see her like grow up a little bit. And then when she was around 7 weeks old, and she had I want to say I know she had at least 2 siblings. She may have had 3 siblings. She said, yeah, her brothers and sisters tease her, but whenever they do, she gives it back to them twice as hard. And I was like, yep, that's the one I want. I want that feisty little dog. And so I took her home with me. She was 7 weeks old. She was just a tiny little baby. And we've been together ever since. And now she's 7 years old. I have some of her baby pictures. Let me look them up. Let's look up a baby picture. She was a little baby then. It was also right around the time that I graduated grad school. I was just looking through my old pictures, and this was also around the time I got my master's, so this was a... And this was also a few weeks before Casey and I started dating, so it was a good time in life. It was also around the time that I rescued a baby raccoon. I'm just looking through my old pictures. I'm like, oh yeah, that time I rescued that baby raccoon at a birthday party. I was at a birthday party and these baby raccoons walked in. We were in somebody's like backyard. And these little baby raccoons, and then like there were dogs there, and the dogs started like going after them, but when like everybody was just standing around not doing anything, and I rushed in and I swooped up these little baby raccoons. I looked after them for the night, and then the next day I took them to the nature center. I took them to the wildlife center. Alright, I'll show you these pictures of baby Peter. This was her when she was very little. She was probably 3 weeks old at this point. She's very tiny. You can see the scale, like, of my hand next to her. She was a tiny little baby. And then this is her a little bit later. She was a little bit more grown up, still very little. She's just sitting in my hand. Teeny little baby. And then this was her the day I brought her home. Isn't she so cute? I know, she used to have such a short nose. Such a short little nose. The day that I brought her home in a little kennel. I took her home in a little kennel and she didn't want to leave it at first, and so I just left the door to it open, and then I just laid down like on the floor near her, and then eventually she came over and she just wanted to like curl up with me. It was so cute. was like, all right, I guess I'll hang out with you. Such a sweet baby. So anyway, that was a happy memory. Little Peter. Look how tiny. This was my first picture of her. She's so little. Look how she is next to my thumb. Just so little. And then here, this was around the time that I took her home. She was probably like 6 weeks old around this point. You know, she was almost ready to go home. And then I took her home when she was 7 weeks. Sweet little baby. But yeah, I was there the day that she was born, and she was the size of my thumb. She was so little when she was born. She was so tiny. She can tell that I'm talking about her. Penny, come here. Come here, Penny. Penny, come here. Penny, come here, baby. Oh. She's back here. She's back here. Just taking a nap in her kennel. Penny. Penny? She's just chilling. All the dogs are in here with me. They've all been very quiet. They're all just napping in their kennels. You explain like I'm 5 attachment styles? Alright, I got you. Let me pull up a little visual real quick for you. Little visual aid. So, attachment styles. I'm explaining this. I'm explaining to a 5-year-old, okay? Attachment style. I'm not trying to take a kindergarten teacher. Good news, I just got paid. Oh, let's go. You gotta tell your landlord, fuck that $50 fee, though. It's not on you. Just reminds me of that shit where the landlord will be like, you're late and my checking account got overdrafted. It's like, why am I the main the main breadwinner of my landlord? Like, why am I paying my landlord's bills? It's almost like the system is broken. Alright, so attachment styles, like I'm explaining them to a kid. Attachment styles are all about how you make and form relationships. It's how you connect. It's how you attach to other people. And there are different ways that that happens depending on how you were attached to your parents or your caregivers when you were little. Because when you're little, the way that you attach to people becomes your normal. And so whether it's healthy or whether it's unhealthy, it still becomes normal for you. And so it affects the way that you make new relationships when you're older. Does that make sense? I'm not losing anybody. I feel like a 5-year-old would be confused, but thankfully there aren't any 5-year-olds watching. Can you imagine a toddler watching the Brain Domain on their iPad? That's weird. Thank you, Mr. Domain. So, attachment styles. Depending on the relationship that you have with your parents or caregivers, your attachment styles can be a few different ways. If you have a healthy relationship with your primary caregiver, this could be your parents, your grandparents, your adoptive parents, your foster parents, whoever helped raise you when you were little. Older siblings in some cases, whoever it was. Aunts, uncles, extended family, whoever it is. It's about who was supposed to take care of you when you were too little to take care of yourself. When you have secure attachment styles, you are able to feel an appropriate amount of distress when left alone. You're also able to seek support in relationships. You feel comfortable asking for help. You feel comfortable talking about your feelings. You feel safe and supported. That is what secure attachment is all about. When you have a secure attachment style, it means that you are better suited to regulate your emotions and manage conflicts in your relationships. So that's a secure attachment style. Which to many of us, you might be like, wow, that sounds nice. That sounds fun. The nice secure attachment style, that sounds cool. All right, so let's take a step beyond that and let's look at ambivalent attachment styles. This is when you have a relationship with your caregivers and maybe they work a lot. Maybe they're not always home. Maybe you're left alone sometimes. Maybe they're emotionally unavailable. Like maybe they work nights or they work long hours. Maybe they're just not available, whether it be physically or emotionally. And so what this causes is a higher amount of distress whenever you are left on your own. You might have a harder time dealing with issues such as abandonment. And so this leaves you in a position where you crave close relationships, but you have a hard time trusting people. It can also lead you for a need for reassurance from your partners. And it can also lead to feelings of anxiety and jealousy. Those are also common. The good thing about attachment styles is that they can become more secure. When you are aware of what your attachment style is, you are then empowered to mend it and work on it. So whether you have an ambivalent or an avoidant or a disorganized attachment style, you can become more secure. That is possible. But the thing is that a lot of people who don't have a secure attachment style, they don't recognize that. They're not really aware of it. It's just not even really on their radar. They're too focused with their other emotional needs. I fear I have disorganized. Well, you're working on it, right? All right, so that's an ambivalent attachment style. It's like maybe your parents weren't bad parents, they just weren't available. Like maybe they worked a lot, maybe they were just, they got home and they were just too tired to engage with you. Maybe they're just stressed out at work, and so it's just like you feel this lacking, you feel this need, it's just not satisfied. Avoidant attachment styles. avoidant attachment styles often stem from abuse or neglect from their caregiver. So if you grow up with a caregiver who is an antagonist and somebody who actually mistreats you, this can lead you to a position where you prefer to be on your own. You don't want the parent around because having them around is stressful or it's harmful. It makes you, it makes you fearful. And so this can create a high level of independence with you at a very young age. You might have to, become your own parent. You might have to figure things out on your own. It's like, sometimes there are cases where people will be like, yeah, whenever I was 9, sometimes my mom would disappear for 3 days and then I wouldn't know where she was. And so I had to make my own meals. I had to make myself dinner. I had to get myself ready for school. What you'll also see with people with avoidant attachment styles is a pattern of withdrawal. Since they are used to independence and they are used to not having these strong relationships where they feel supported and understood, they tend to prefer isolation. This can also lead to a tendency to minimize the feelings of others. My feelings weren't appreciated and understood, so why should I appreciate or understand anybody else's feelings? And then when these people do create relationships, they tend to be more casual. They have a hard time forming a deep relationship because they don't know what one looks like. They're used to figuring things out on their own. And then you've got disorganized. Disorganized is a little bit of a mix between ambivalent and avoidant. And disorganized attachment styles come from inconsistent parenting. Maybe one day your parents are taking you to the toy store and they're spoiling you, and then the next day they're angry and yelling at you for something that isn't your fault, and you're left confused by this. Maybe maybe something happened at work, or they got a speeding ticket and they take it out on you. Maybe they just have, emotional outbursts and you feel like you have to walk on eggshells, or you have to work really hard to ensure that they are happy because you're afraid of them blowing up on you. The inconsistency is what leads to this disorganization. You're not sure at any given point in time how your parents are going to respond to you, and so you don't know what to handle. It's a mixed bag. You're not sure what you're going to get. Because of this inconsistency, it makes intimate relationships feel confusing, because you are accustomed to associating love and attachment with volatility and outbursts and perhaps even abuse. Like, love and pain are very closely tied together. And so it can make you feel vulnerable, it can make you feel confused to have an intimate relationship because you are used to people being unpredictable and inconsistent. And consistency can feel confusing if you are accustomed to inconsistency. This could also lead you to feeling worthless or unworthy. When you grow up with an inconsistent caregiver, your emotions, your feelings, your priorities might sometimes be prioritized, but sometimes they might not be, and so it just makes you feel confused. It's like you feel like you aren't being taken seriously, or sometimes you're being taken too seriously, sometimes you're not being taken seriously enough, and it can just make you feel undeserving of a happy, healthy relationship. Do you know why you love pain? Oh, I know why. Because it makes you feel something. Makes you feel alive. If you're used to feeling nothing, feeling pain feels better than feeling nothing at all. People with a disorganized attachment style may also have a tendency towards aggressive or antisocial behaviors. Things are just so confusing and inconsistent with them, and they're used to not knowing what to expect from people's reactions and from relationships with people. They have a hard time making and forming relationships. Things are just marked by instability and confusion. That's why my sister used to self-harm. That's why most people self-harm, actually. It's just to feel something, or to feel the endorphins that they get. It's, having a little bit of control, even. Having that sensation of having a control over your pain. When you're racked with all of this emotional pain, sometimes having that physical pain can make you feel more in control. Anyway, these are the attachment styles. Any questions? I also really want to reiterate that if you have insecure attachment styles, if you have ambivalent, avoidant, disorganized attachment styles, you can change that. You can change that. It doesn't have to be this way for the rest of your life. This is just an indicator of what it was that you were taught when you were little. And you can reteach yourself, you can relearn, you can reparent. Off topic, but my dog barks when he hears the sub alert on this stream. I think that's Max's way of saying that he's happy for me. He's giving me a whoop. I often get the sense that my family doesn't care about me, even though I don't think that's true. And I think it comes from a part of me that doesn't care about them. I feel like, and you probably will recognize this too, it's not that they don't care. It's just that they are so preoccupied with dealing with their own shit that they just simply don't have the CPU. They don't have enough RAM. They don't have enough processing power. And that's the case for a lot of people. It's hard to make room for other people in your life when you feel like you don't have your own shit together. And that could be your kids, that could be, your significant other, it could be anybody. This is a reminder that family is a feeling. Family is a feeling, and you probably know what it feels like. You might not get it from your parents. You might not get it from your siblings. But you know what it feels like. Anyway, that's attachment styles. Any questions about attachment styles before we go on? It makes so much sense because I was removed from the home at 2 years, which is a crucial development time for object constancy. True. Very scientific way of looking at it. That is true. That is true. That is the time where you are starting to come online. You're starting to come online at that point in time. And when you start to come online is when you start to make and form relationships. Like when you're a baby, you don't have any choice but to be attached with the people around you because you depend on them entirely. But when you're around 2, it's like, okay, I might know a couple words. I can walk. I start to have a little bit more autonomy, and I can start to recognize that other people exist, but you're still at that point where it's like you can't really tell the difference between somebody else being their own independent thing. At that point in time, you still see other people as an extension of you. You're still caught up in that, egocentrism. And so this is a critical period because it not only determines how we develop our attachment style, but it also affects how we develop our self-image because we see others as an extension of us. You posted a puppy. All right, it's puppy time. Puppy time. Oh. Oh. I look so happy to see you. Also, the nails are a serve today. I'm glad you got to see your puppy. Give her some pets for me. They all broke on the other hand. I never would have known. I never would have known, but I appreciate your honesty. But it doesn't make me think any less. I got a YouTube video. Hold on. What's this?
Take my meds. You got the hate and the jealousy. This ain't no Kikos, don't copy me. Hating on me, but you can't even read. I'm popping my pussy when I hit the category. It take a hoe to birth a hoe, your mama hoe and you a bitch.
You think I'm gonna get DMCA'd for this? With these new rules, I'm afraid to play music. How many views on this video? 238K. Not bad. Well, now that's gonna be stuck in my head. Well, now that's gonna be stuck in my head. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. What are some early red flags to watch out for when you start dating someone? No hobbies. Like, what do they do with their free time? Or if they have hobbies that are... There are also certain hobbies that might also be a red flag. If they're like, oh, what are your hobbies? It's like, oh, I like to listen to... I like to watch Tim Pool. I like to... My hobbies? Oh, I'm a debater. Other red flags, they don't have any friends. It's a bit of a red flag if you start dating with somebody and they're like, "Hey, who are your friends? What are your friends like?" "Oh, I don't have any friends." That could be okay. With some of these red flags, some of them are pretty clear and consistent red flags. Some of them, we'll call them yellow flags, because there are also some yellow flags. It's like they could be excusable, but they are still, caution. If a person doesn't have other relationships or other friends, I would say that's a yellow flag, because they could be from out of town. They might be new to town. Who knows? They might not have had the opportunity to make and form relationships. But if it's just like they don't have anybody, they don't talk to anybody, it's like that's a bit of something you could be concerned about, because you might find yourself in a relationship that is very quickly isolating and controlling and manipulative. My friends are online. Hey, that's valid. That's valid. That's valid. I would count that. You also want to make sure that they have some good hobbies. It's like, hey, what do you do? It's like, oh, I go to work. I don't really have any hobbies. I go and I work, and then I come home and I watch TV and eat dinner and go to sleep and then do it all over again. It's like, okay. Bit of a red flag. Another red flag. I'm going to talk about some more serious ones, some more serious red flags. They try to drive a wedge. If you are starting out a relationship with somebody and they are trying to distance you from your other friends, from your other relationships, from your family, that's something to watch out for. Because that's predatory behavior. They're trying to isolate you. Now, in some instances, that may be valid, but for the most part, it's like if they are new and they are just meeting you, it's like they don't know the people that you're talking to. And so if they're trying to distance you from other people in your life early on, that's a big red flag. And maybe later, it's like they get to know you more and they get to know your friends and they get to know your family, and maybe they can become more aware of some toxic patterns that you weren't especially aware of. That's different. But early on, if they're like, no, don't hang out with them, your friends suck, your friends, they don't actually like you. That's one that you'll hear sometimes, is they will tell you, your friends don't like you. Why would they treat you that way if they like you? Like, but they don't understand the dynamic that you have with your friends. They don't understand the relationship dynamic. They are just trying to insert themselves as your top priority. That is a red flag. Another big red flag is they don't clean up after themselves. Or they don't practice good hygiene. Now, these are things that might not present themselves right away, because people can be good at faking it. People might put more work in when they're trying to secure a relationship. They might do a little bit more. And these are the types of relationships where you find yourself, it's like everything used to be so good and then things just changed. It's like, yeah, they were trying to manipulate you. They were trying to make themselves seem like a good choice. Other red flags include, I would say some things to watch out for would be, like early on in a relationship, you might be going out more. It's like maybe you would go to the club or the bar with them more often than you would regularly. But if they are making a priority out of like getting drunk and going out, it's like that could be a red flag. it could be indicative of something else. It's just something to keep an eye on. A lot of these flags that I'm talking about are more like yellow flags, just things that should raise caution, things that you should be aware of. Let's see, what else? What else? Red flags to watch out for. They don't take you seriously. Or they make you feel stupid, or they neg you, or they put you down. It's like big time red flag. Let's see, other red flags. If they drive a lifted truck, if they have a big Monster Energy emblem in their window, if they listen to music like Disturbed and Five Finger Death Punch or Kid Rock, those are also red flags. I would also say that those are red flags. But I would say some red flags are pretty obvious. Like, oh, you don't have a job and you haven't worked in a long time. It's like, okay, so are you just trying to get with me so that I can pay your bills? That's a pretty easy to spot red flag. Some red flags are a little bit sneakier. And these are the ones where it's like you feel gaslit, you feel manipulated, you feel like you're the crazy one. If they make you feel like you're crazy, instead of taking your opinion, like your thoughts and your feelings seriously, that is a red flag. If they have 3 cars and no apartment, that's a red flag. Where do they even park? Where do they even park? Three Teslas? Every day I am gagged at my new awareness of types of people that exist. I didn't know that there was a subset of the human race that would own 3 Teslas but not have a place to live, but now I do, and I am subsequently gagged. So thank you for that. Thank you for opening my eyes to that. Other red flags to watch out for is if they show signs of like, not necessarily physical aggression, but they have like a preoccupation with like telling you that like, oh, I'm your protector, I'll keep you safe. That can actually be a red flag that they might be physically abusive later on. If they have this preoccupation with like, I'm the man here, I'm strong. Don't worry, babe. If anybody tries to bother us, I'll beat them up. It's like, why would you bring that up? I would say if they don't do oral, that's also a big red flag, and I'm just going to say that across the board. I've never met a man that says that he doesn't go down and he hasn't actually been a piece of shit. My example for this would be a guy by the name of Richard Campbell. He was a founding member of OTK. And he was outed for sexual abuse. And he would also joke about not going down. And that's always a red flag. It's a sorry-ass man. I'd say that's a red flag. Not respecting your boundaries. Like if you say that there's topics that you don't want to talk about and they kind of push you and make you talk about it, that's also a bit of a red flag, because they should respect your boundary and know that you'll talk about it when you feel comfortable talking about it, but they shouldn't force you to talk about something that you feel uncomfortable talking about. So yeah, look out for people who are testing your boundaries. Now here's the thing, because like I said, a lot of these are red flags, but other things I would call them yellow flags. It's just something to be mindful of, because sometimes in a relationship, having somebody that helps you to step outside of your comfort zone is a good thing. And so in some ways they might test your boundaries. They might say, come on, it's okay, let's give this a try. And then you might have fun, and then, you are able to, face a fear or, conquer something that you might have been reluctant to do. And that's not a bad thing. But you just want to be mindful of the set and setting in which these things happen, so that you can be mindful of like, okay, well, they were actually just making me feel really uncomfortable here. Or was it that, what they were doing, was intent, like, were they trying to just get me out of my shell a little bit, or was it because they were trying to, like, actually have control over me? It's a fine line, so you just want to be mindful of it. I can't leave my house, so I know nobody wants to put up with that. Not true. Not true. You just gotta find another homebody. You gotta put yourself out there, junkie. Put yourself out there. If you want to start reeling them in, you gotta cast those lines out. Yeah, just find an introverted gamer, and then you can have your gaming PCs next to each other. What I've always said is that no matter who you are, no matter what you look like, no matter any of that, there is somebody out there who you are their type. There's just so many people out there that there is guaranteed to be somebody out there who is into what you have to bring to the table. There are people out there who get married to serial killers in prison, for fuck's sake. There are people out there who will marry serial killers. I would say that you stand a better chance than a serial killer. But you gotta put yourself out there, because confidence is the most attractive thing a person can wear. Another red flag to watch out for, they want to control you in different ways. So maybe you pick out an outfit for a date and they say, don't wear that, wear this instead. Or they make you feel bad for the choices you make. They're like, ugh, why do you like that? Like, oh, why do you watch that show? Like, why do you like that artist? Because having a relationship should be about coming to a mutual understanding and appreciating the things that the other person appreciates, because it might not be your thing, but it makes them happy, so it should make you happy. But if they're trying to make you feel guilty or shameful for the things that you enjoy, that is a red flag. There are probably more. I could probably think of some more if we sat here and think. Let's see if there's a list online. God, I typed in early dating, and the first auto-filled answer was early dating red flags. Let's take a look. This is 15 early relationship red flags. Let's talk about these. Let's look. Love bombing. Examples include excessive compliments, spending too much time together too soon, constant gifts, texting, emailing, calling many times a day, asking you to spend time with them rather than their friends, mirroring all of your interests, excessive interest in your background, life, and interests, and wanting to take things to the next level quickly. It's a red flag. The thing about love bombing is it's one of the more confusing red flags. Because it can make you feel good. But sometimes red flags make you feel good. Number 2, they don't respect your boundaries. We kind of talked about this one. Think about your boundaries in different ways. Think about your physical boundaries, your sexual boundaries, your digital boundaries, and your mental boundaries. When we say digital boundaries, it's like they text you and you don't respond and it's been 30 minutes and they're blowing up your phone because you haven't gotten back to them. It's like, that's a huge red flag. Love bombing equals finding a new crush while having ADHD. Not necessarily. Okay, so the thing about love bombing is that it's kind of just a way to get an in. It's like you're trying to like sweep them off their feet and make everything great and wonderful, but it's false. It's not really indicative of what you're actually going to bring to the table. It's basically just your way of gaining their trust. And so, you know, doing these types of things, you know, isn't inherently bad, like one of them or two, like on their own, but it's like you have to consider what their motive is. Are they just trying to get close to you? It's just something to be mindful of. They check in frequently. It's a red flag if it's excessive. Let's say you're out with your friends and they text you. Do they get mad at you for that? Not me taking a peek at your kick and the chat there is wondering if this is a recording. This isn't a recording. I'm just not allowed to display my kick chat on the screen. Also, I don't have my kick chat up because I just like to... I forget that I streamed a kick. Okay, I forget sometimes. I stream to multiple platforms at the same time. The kickers are just not feeling the love. I'm not trying to neglect the kickers, okay? Kickers, I'm sorry if you're out there. I'm sorry. But I've got a lot going on my Twitch chat to keep me busy, and if I had to read 2 chats, I don't know if my brain could handle it. Is this pre-recorded? No. Is me saying that this isn't pre-recorded just as a precaution so that you don't get suspicious? I'll never tell. We do it live. We do it live. Let me check my kick real quick. Hold on. I'll check my kick real quick. You're not trolling me? You're not goofing? There actually are people over there? Oh, I have 2 viewers. Oh my god, they are wondering if it's pre-recorded. Guys, I'm sorry. Like, hey, is this a recording? Are you looking at chat? They're like, I don't know, I think he might just be looking at the Twitch chat. That's true. That's true. Now that I know that I got viewers on Kick, I'll have to pull up a multi-stream chat thing so that I can look at all of the chats. If my Kick channel starts taking off. I don't even have my Kick linked in my socials. That's because, if I'm being honest, Kick is an afterthought to me. Another red flag, they want you to prioritize them. Like, if you have pre-existing plans and they say, cancel them, hang out with me, that's a red flag. Maybe you had plans to hang out with your friends and they're like, oh, can I come? But it's like you just met this person. That's a little bit of a red flag. Just be, like, it's normal to have a person that you're dating want to ingratiate with your life. But if they're doing it too much, too soon, they're coming on too strong, it could be a red flag. It could just be, you know, maybe their attachment style is a little off. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's anything insidious. That's something that's important to remember, is that not all red flags are because the person is evil and abusive and manipulative. Sometimes they just don't know better. Sometimes they just don't know better. And they can learn. But if they're not willing to learn and they're not willing to mend these types of behaviors, that should probably be a deal breaker. Jealousy. Jealousy, especially early on in the relationship, is a huge red flag. Like, if they don't want to hear stories about anything that doesn't involve them, they get defensive when you bring up past relationships, they badmouth you or your family or your friends, they call you names, they get angry if somebody else tries to talk to you. Another big red flag is they make fun of you, they put you down. And then if you get upset about it, or if you say your feelings are hurt, they say, oh, you can't take a joke. Why do you take everything so seriously? And then it just makes you feel even worse. It's like they were making you feel bad, and then you told them that you're feeling bad, and they make you feel even worse for feeling bad. And now it's your fault that you felt bad because you're too sensitive or something. That's a red flag. Red flag. All of their exes are crazy. That is a red flag. If they don't have anything good to say about their exes, that's a red flag. They have a toxic trend of relationships. They don't have many friends. We kind of talked about that one. It's a red flag. Your friends don't like them. Trust your friends. If your friends say, oh, I don't like this new person you're dating, listen to them. Lack of motivation. That's another red flag. They never initiate. That's a red flag. Hot and cold. Red flag. Excessive drinking. It's a red flag. Feel scared to talk about the definitions of the relationship, it's a red flag. Being in a relationship means that you should be comfortable talking about the relationship. Because every relationship is work. Every relationship takes healthy communication in order to function. And if you're lacking that, that's a big red flag. Also, trust your gut. Trust your gut. If something feels off or things seem too good to be true, it could be. It could be. Healthy relationships are about going at a comfortable pace, building trust, being honest, being able to have independence from each other, valuing each other's beliefs, feeling balanced, caring and compassionate, being responsible, having healthy conflict, being able to talk about stuff and work through stuff. You're not yelling and screaming and throwing stuff at each other. But also, it's about having fun. Relationships should be fun. So, those are red flags. Now, the thing about red flags, when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, it's hard to tell what color the red flags are. They just look like flags. Also, something to take into consideration is a person's awareness of their own toxic behaviors, because I feel like everybody's got toxic behaviors to some degree. But having an awareness of those and also a willingness to work on it is also really important. We can't expect everybody to be perfect. Having a growth mindset, I would say, is also a really important component of a relationship. I'm pretty toxic, and I'm proud of my toxicity. What has it done for you? Give me an example. Humans don't deserve love? Well, I love you anyway. Too fucking bad. You're just gonna have to take it. You're just gonna have to suck it up, buttercup. Just remember, toxicity kills. It's like, it's in the name even. It's bad for you. But people can get addicted to poisons. It happens every day. A TikTok, huh? How much longer does this platform have?
My grandpa is the motherfucking Zodiac killer.
I think I need another cup of coffee. I think I need another cup of coffee before I... Don't get me wrong, I will watch this. I will watch this. Don't get me wrong. I will. But I feel like I need another cup of coffee first. What is this? It's Jfoy. He's saying my grandpa is the Zodiac killer. Could be. Could be. We're gonna find out. Here, let's let me put on a little video for you real quick. Oh, hey, look, there's me on YouTube. Anybody watching me on YouTube? Here, let's let me put... Not Tirafan saying I have some compromising intel about your mod B Wayne. In my YouTube chat. Address the allegations, B. Wayne. Address the allegations. Tirafan on YouTube, right? I'm like, what's Tirafan doing in my YouTube chat? Also, toxicity may feel like it's helping you, but it's a double-edged sword. It cuts you as well as the people that you're trying to cut with it. So I would just say, chess lover, give it some consideration. What would your life be like if you were just a little bit less toxic? Because I don't think you need it, and I don't think that it serves you in the way that you think it does. It's kind of like how an alcoholic feels like they need alcohol. They are addicted to a toxin. My life would be worse that way? How? In what ways? Elaborate. You're a smart fella. Tell me. Are you a fart smeller? Be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee.
these cats up to?
I've been dipping cucumbers in mayo. You're just like 2 ingredients away from ranch dressing, so. Jump scare. I'm back. Everybody scatter.
And this is not clickbait, so please, I need the power of the internet to share this bookmark.
Let's start this
My
over.
grandpa is the motherfucking Zodiac killer, and this is not clickbait, so please, I need the power of the internet to share this, bookmark it, and blow my comment section up. I want to start off by saying this is not just based off physical appearance. I typed in my grandpa's name on Google the other day, and to my fucking surprise, internet sleuths have been throwing my grandpa's name around for years, connecting him as the Zodiac motherfucking killer. As you can see here in all these pictures on the screen somewhere, that it looks exactly like my grandpa. Let's talk about it. My grandpa was a Vallejo police officer. Yes, the same area where the Zodiac killer's fucking killings took place. Let's move forward. Let's talk about the
Say no more. Say no more. He was a cop in the area where the killings were taking place. I'm sold. I believe him. I believe him. Say no more. You don't know ranch dressing? Ranch dressing is just, it's like an aioli. It's like a seasoned mayo. It also has a little bit of milk in it. It's like mayo, milk, and like garlic, and then some other seasonings. It's pretty good. It's an American staple.
about the Darlene Sharon murder. Let me tell you, this is not in any order, but the more evidence I give you, you are going to be convinced that my grandpa
I'm
is,
already
in fact, the
convinced.
Zodiac killer.
I'm already
Darlene
convinced.
Sharon and her boyfriend Mike or Matt, forgot the fucking guy's name, were driving around Vallejo one night, the night that my grandfather happened to be on duty, driving an unmarked police car and wearing plain clothes. Mike, who ended up surviving the shooting, said that they were being followed around by this car all night in Vallejo before they pulled into Blue Rock Springs. They said when they parked, the car pulled in, a man hopped out of the car, and Darlene, the girl who passed away, said, "Oh my God, that's Richard. He's gonna kill us both." Apparently, she was dating a police officer in Vallejo behind her husband's back. She was apparently a thotty. Rest in peace, Darlene Farron. So this guy in her passenger seat is one of her many boyfriends. And it was well known by her friend group that she was dating a Vallejo cop, although she never told them the name. She had a painting party at her house a few weeks before her murder, and it was said that my grandfather, Richard Hoffman, showed up uninvited, and she told her circle of friends that she is scared to death of him. And
What should I eat it with? The thing about ranch dressing is that it goes with most things. French fries, pizza, chicken tenders, like pretty much anything savory. It's like, it's just a nice accompaniment. It's a little herby, it's a little garlicky, it's a little creamy, it's a little zesty. It's good. It's good.
he was not invited there. My grandpa denies these claims. He says he never laid eyes on her, but then later goes on to say, "I know that she worked at a restaurant locally here in Vallejo." How the fuck have you never laid eyes on her, Grandpa? You tell me about that. Let's move forward. As Mike said, right before they got shot, she said, "That's Richard. He's going to kill us both." My grandpa's name is fucking Richard Hoffman. Now let's talk about something else that I thought was really weird. In a letter that the Zodiac wrote, and my grandpa's police reports, and also this poem that I'm going to talk about later, my grandpa spells the word until wrong. He spells it wrong. He puts 2 L's at the end. Where in multiple letters of the Zodiac wrote, he also spells until with 2 L's at the motherfucking end. Well, let's talk about the Sherry Bates murder that took place a couple years before the Darlene Farron murder. She was in a library doing her homework. She had just moved from Nebraska. Nebraska, why do I mention that? Because my grandpa lived in Nebraska. My mother, biological mother, was born in Nebraska. My grandpa was also in the Navy. Sherry Bates' brother was also in the Navy. This is weird, right? It's all coming together. Well, this murder took place. She was at the library studying one night. She leaves and gets shot up, where they found a poem handwritten underneath a motherfucking desk. And forensic forensic analysis and handwriting analysis say that is the exact writings of the Zodiac. And they say that this is possibly the first killing that the Zodiac ever did. Well, this letter was initialed RH at the very bottom. RH, Richard Hoffman. Forensic analysis experts said that that letter was written by the Zodiac. So why is no one connecting this to my motherfucking grandpa? Somebody tell me why. It is said that my grandpa and Darlene, the one who got shot at Blue Rock Springs, had a romantic sexual relationship behind everybody's back, behind my grandma's back. Let's talk about his character. My grandpa's character, he was known in my family to be abusive, controlling, manipulating, and also unfaithful to my grandmother. Now we're going to sit here and pretend that my grandpa didn't do this shit. They also say that the crime scene was tampered with. Why did Darlene's family get a call that she was shot before the cops even knew about it? And that call was placed by a payphone outside of Vallejo Police Department. Someone tell me that. And my grandpa was first on scene to that shooting. And later it was revealed that that scene was tampered with. My grandpa showed up on scene within 5 minutes of the shooting being reported. He sent away the officers that responded with him. Who sends away responding officers on a possible double murder? And the crime scene was tampered with. It was later revealed. So you're still going to tell me my grandpa is not the Zodiac killer? What are we going to do about it? I don't fucking know. My grandpa's on vacation in a grave somewhere. But I'm convinced.
I believe it. I believe it. I'm sold. It's this guy's grandpa. I believe it. Hey, is that chap? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. It's been a minute. Who is he talking about? The Zodiac Killer. The Zodiac Killer was a serial killer, and he was in the United States. I want to say it was like the 70s, because the 70s was a wild time to be a serial killer in the United States. Never caught. They didn't really have many leads on who it could be. They said that this guy, he used to leave like cryptic messages that were written in like code for the police and shit. And this guy is like, oh yeah, my grandpa, who was a police officer in the area where some of these killings were happening, who was also abusive and controlling. Like, oh yeah, he was the guy. He would like send letters to the police department and shit, like in some sort of code, and he would just like kind of what he would normally do, I want to say. I don't remember 100%, so correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of his victims were just like people like out alone at night, like in their car or just like wherever, and he would just like shoot them. I believe it. I believe it. I believe that that guy's grandpa is the Zodiac Killer. I believe it. I'm convinced. Say no more. You had me at he was a cop. Are serial killers bad people? Yeah. Yeah. Killing people's bad. Killing multiple people is big bad. Well, I'm convinced. Is it bad, though? Yeah, God said it was against the rules. What's the most people any American cop has killed, I wonder? Good question. The number is probably startlingly high. I feel kind of dumb, but I just realized in my mid-30s that the Milky Way and our solar system aren't the same thing. I always thought they were. LOL. It's a bit embarrassing that it took me this long to understand this. Better late than never, right? Better late than never. Within the Milky Way galaxy, there are 100 billion stars. We're just one little solar system within that. Our solar system is around here. The center is a supermassive black hole. And it's 100,000 light years across. That means that it takes 100,000 years for light from this side of the solar system to cross all the way to this side. Traveling at the speed of light, it takes 100,000 years to cross it. It's big. It's big. And then our solar system, our galaxy, it's just one galaxy. It's just one galaxy amongst trillions of galaxies. You want to feel really small? Look up the ultra deep field. Every dot in this picture is a galaxy. And each one of those galaxies has billions, if not more, stars within it. The universe is pretty big. Pretty big place. They've got even better pictures now with the new James Webb telescope. What's this? Let's look. This is Earth. Where, you know, if you're in America, you're right here somewhere. I'm about right here. You got our solar system. Ooh. Our local solar neighborhood. All the other stars that are near our star. You got the Milky Way galaxy. Our local galactic group. The nearest galaxy to us would be Andromeda. Its own galaxy all the way over here. Virgo supercluster. A local group of galactic clusters. You want to know something? You want to know something interesting? Since these galactic clusters are drifting apart, there are galactic clusters that we won't be able to reach unless we could travel faster than the speed of light. Because these galaxies are moving away from us faster than we could get to them. So if we were able to like travel at the speed of light to start inhabiting other planets or even other galaxies, there's only so far we can go because the speed at which everything is moving apart. Local superclusters. Ooh. Kind of wild that they got all this mapped out. The observable universe. Ooh. That make you feel little? Amen. Should all just take a moment to pray. Yeah, better late than never. Will I ever do gaming streams? If I do, I normally do them with Casey. Like, we'll play games on the couch and stuff. But as far as gaming streams on my channel, I don't know. Probably not, because I feel like the people who show up to watch this are looking for a certain type of content. They're not really here to watch me play video games. But I don't know. I will do them every once in a while as like a special occasion, but not something regularly. Also, whenever I play games, I kind of just like to play them to have fun, and I don't like to worry about being entertaining while playing the game, you know what I mean? Whenever you stream yourself playing a game, it's like there's this expectation of like, I gotta be engaging, I gotta be entertaining, and it kind of makes it hard to just relax and play the game, which is what I like to play games for. I like to play games because I find them to be relaxing. But maybe let's say that someday this stream channel blows up. The stream channel blows up, and we're getting like hundreds of viewers. Then maybe I'll start an alt channel where I play games or something. But that's something for the future. Hey, Kathleen, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Probably brookie dough. Probably brookie dough if it's got chunks of brownie in it, chunks of cookie dough. Like a chocolate ice cream. That's good. I like it. I've always wondered the loudness of alt channels. Right? It's like, I don't think that that's a problem. And if it is, they would probably have raised more of a fuss about it. But yeah. I like chocolate, so whenever I do ice cream, mint chocolate chip is good if I'm in the mood for it. I also like a good sorbet. One of the things I like to make because I have a little ice cream maker is I'll make like fruit sorbets. Those are pretty good. I like a good sorbet. I made a grapefruit sorbet at home once, and it was so good. Like, I don't really like grapefruit, but the grapefruit sorbet was very good. I'm good enough, and you're good enough, and we can all improve, but we're good enough. Amen. I'm good enough, but it wouldn't hurt if I was a little better. That's the way I like to see it. Nothing wrong with having a growth mindset. Nothing wrong with wanting to expand and improve. Good enough for what, though? Good enough to be worthy of your own love and compassion. Who or what is the Higgs boson? The Higgs boson, also known God particle. The Higgs boson. I'm going to pull up this graph because it kind of helps to explain it in simple terms. Everything in the universe is made up of molecules. If you look up here, the molecules are made up of a combination of atoms. Within those atoms, there is a nucleus that is made up of protons and neutrons. Protons have their own ingredients. The Higgs boson is a subatomic particle that helps matter stay together instead of just flying apart. That's it explained in its simplest possible terms. It is a subatomic particle that helps molecules stay together because it helps atoms stay together. It creates a sort of field around it that helps things be sticky. I'm just going to explain it in simple terms because it is kind of confusing. But yeah, for a while we were just kind of wondering, it's like, why do particles stay together? And for a long time it was hypothetical, but with the Large Hadron Collider, or the particle accelerator, they would crash protons into each other to see what would happen, and they were able to measure the Higgs boson. They were able to actually prove that it is real. It does exist. For a while, it was just hypothetical. In other words, it is the subatomic glue. OMG, yes, please play the Stanley Parable. You know, if I were to do gaming streams, you know, maybe sub-goal type things. You know, get a little incentive going. If I hit 150 subs, we'll play some Stanley Parable, something like that. You know what I mean? I think that could work. Incentivize. Stanley Parable is fun. I have played it for a little bit. I do own it. It's a fun game. Casey killed a fly and it fell into the meat for the meatballs. Be careful, Joshua. That's just protein. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Just a little bit of extra protein never hurt anybody. I ain't scared. Also, she's gonna cook it. And cooking it will sterilize it, so it's really not that big of a deal. If you think that that's a big of a deal, don't look up how they make flour. Don't look up how they make flour if you think that's gross. Don't look up how many little... Don't look up how much... There is a tolerable allowance in flour for bugs and mice droppings because it is impossible to keep it all out. There is a tolerable allowance. It is a non-zero amount. That's why flour is considered raw, and that's why you don't want to eat it. It's because it's got... could have poop in it. Fun, huh? Bugs. Also salmonella. You get salmonella. Or E. coli. Well. Can't believe Tirafan was in my YouTube channel saying they have compromising information about my mod Bwayne. What do you think that's about? Spreading misinformation as usual. We do a little bit of chaos. We do a little bit of chaos for fun. Okay, before I go, I want to redo this poll. I want to redo it. I want to see how you're feeling now. I'd like to get some new info. I want to start a new poll. I want to know how you're feeling now. I want to see if it's gone up. Hopefully it hasn't gone down. That would bum me out. That would be a bummer. Casey's gonna get salmonella helper. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Be there shortly. How you feeling? Out of 10. How you feeling out of 10? Thanks to COVID, I stopped drinking coffee. Not me reading this as I'm drinking coffee. Thanks to COVID, I stopped drinking coffee. I've been drinking caffeine drinks for years. I always heard the benefits of stopping intaking caffeine. I was too afraid of stopping because of how brutal the detox is. I'm caffeine free for a month and it is insane how better I feel mentally. I didn't believe the hype, and I don't think I could ever have caffeine again. Never knew how much adenosine is so important for our brain and well-being. Well, we've all got our vices. Good on you for cutting it back, though. Good on you for cutting it back. The thing about caffeine is that the reason why caffeine works is it inhibits adenosine. Adenosine is the, I think, is it a neurotransmitter? It's something like that, a hormone. It makes you feel tiredness. And so what caffeine does is it doesn't actually give you energy, it just suppresses your ability to feel tired. In case you didn't know. If you don't know, now you do know. Let's see how this poll is going. Oh, we're having some more 5 to 6s. We've got a 9-10. We've got a 9-10. That's good. Being at a 5-6 isn't bad. Being at a 5-6 isn't bad. That's average. I feel like the American grading system has kind of skewed our perception of how feeling at a 5 out of 10 really is. That's just average. However, you know, the American grading system, a 5 or a 6 out of, 10 is failing. But in reality, it's average. You could expect most of the days of your life to be in that 5-6 range. Just average days. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to just be okay. Because you need that contrast. If every day was a 9-10, 9s and 10s are going to feel like 5s and 6s for you. Because they're just going to become your new average. So you kind of need that. You kind of need that fluctuation. You kind of need that. It makes the times that are special even better. I'm glad 9-10 is having a great day. Me too. Whoever they might be. I'm a 7-8. Hell yeah. I'd say being at a 7-8, that's feeling pretty good. Yeah, you're feeling optimistic, you're feeling energized, you're feeling empowered, you're feeling capable. That's good. It's a good place to be. Being at a 7-8, if you get a couple of those a week, I'd say that's good. I don't know how to rate today. I'd put myself at a 7. I'd give myself a fair 7. I'd say I'm around there. If you're just feeling average, I'd say 5 to 6. If you're feeling a little bit below average, maybe a 3 to 4. Vinny says, thank you for the 3 months. How's it going? If you took this poll earlier, then you were rating lower, maybe at a 3 or a 4. Hopefully you've bumped up a little bit. I would say there's nothing wrong with trying to bump that number up by 1. You know, if you're at a 2, try to get to a 3. If you're at a 3, try to get to a 4. There's no harm in trying. Now that Brat Summer is over and fall is almost here, I'm just not quite sure what season are we in? What season is it? What type of fall will we have? Hoodie with shorts. I love hoodie weather. Hoodie season is my favorite time of year. There are days in the summer where I just long to be able to wear a hoodie. I look at the hoodies hanging up, and I'm just like, I can't wait to wear you again. 'I live in Florida. My condolences. There's something out there. There's something in the water out there. I don't know what it is. It's hard to really quantify, but there's just like there's something going on out in Florida. I feel like living in a climate that just has you in a permanent state of summer vacation, it just does something to your psyche. I feel like humans need a winter season to, you know, humble them. You know what I mean? It's exactly the same in SoCal. Exactly. I got the same vibes whenever I was out there. I was just like, these people are wild. I'm like, these people need a good winter to just really, you know, remind them of what being human is all about. The old lady was giving a shit and was like, you almost hit me. And then you were like, I didn't, but I'm about to. I don't have any concrete evidence. Like, most of my evidence is just anecdotal, but like, I've driven all around Florida. I've been to many of the cities in Florida. I've also driven up, you know, to colder climates. You know, I've been up to Minneapolis. I've been to, you know, I've been to New York. I've been to Chicago. I've been to Connecticut. And just the difference is noticeable in like the temperament of the people. I feel like the existence of a winter season where you get, you know, ice and snow, it changes you. But these people who live places where it's just like it's 75 all year round, it's like, spoils them, I fear. I fear that it spoils them. Like going to LA, I feel like I'm walking around in a GTA Online lobby. Like, it's wild out there. Well, hopefully our moods have been lifted. The scores have increased. We got more 7-8s. We got, some 5-6s. We got fewer 3-4s. We even got a 9-10. So that's good. I would like to think that our moods have improved. So carry that with you. Carry that with you throughout the rest of your day. Is LA dangerous? It depends on where you go. Some parts are pretty dangerous. Like, every big city has its dangerous parts, I would say. But the thing about LA is that it's so spread out. The area of LA is absolutely massive. Like, the greater LA area is just huge. And so the parts of it that might be, like, rougher just might be bigger, or, there might be more of them just because of the area. Like, the area that it covers. Like, the area that, like, New York or Chicago covers is pretty small by comparison. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting to think about. But no, just being in LA, it's just like, is the weather worth it? I don't know. I kind of like winter. Like, I don't mind winter so much. Winter's a great season to just get cozy, eat soup, read a book. I love it. I love it. What about, say, Sunset Boulevard? The thing about, like, a lot of the boulevards is they're really long. And so some parts of LA, like certain parts of the boulevard might be okay, but then you follow it for a few miles and you might get to more of a rough area. It depends. I would say the place that I felt the safest walking around in LA was probably like West Hollywood. Like, West Hollywood's pretty chill. It gets very crowded on the weekends, though. It's a very poppin' area. But, like, Hollywood Boulevard is pretty sketchy. Also, it reeks of urine. The thing about LA is that it doesn't rain much. And whenever it does rain, sometimes it doesn't rain enough to really properly wash all of the dirt off, and it just kicks up all of the dirt. There were times when I was in LA and it rained, and then everything was just coated in a layer of dirt afterwards, because all it did was kick up all of the dirt that just spread it around a little bit. Do you have any advice for feeling like you don't have many friends? I really only talk to like 5 people right now on a weekly basis, and I love them to death, and I know that I need to remind myself that the quality of my friendships matters far more than the quantity. You're talking to 5 people? Do you know that that's above average? You're actually above average? You're actually winning? Friendship in America. A majority of people have 4 or fewer close friends. 38% of people have 5 or more. but a majority of people have 4 or fewer. So if you have 5 friends, you're ahead of most people. Dr. Bobby, good to see you. This is an interesting statistic. What do close friends talk about often? 58% of adults talk extremely often or often about their work. God, talking about work sucks. It just reminds you of work. Talking about work is one of my least favorite things. If a person wants to tell me about their job, I'm just like, are you an astronaut? Are you, like a deep sea diver? Like, what job do you have that's going to be interesting to talk about? But like 95% of jobs, I'm just like, I don't want to hear about it. And I'm sure you probably don't want to talk about it either. It's like, oh, we got this new hire at work, and they keep sending me the reports, and they keep formatting it the wrong way, and I'm just like, 15% of men talk about their mental health often with their friends. Can we bump those numbers up, boys? Boys, can we bump those numbers up? It's actually really interesting that the numbers are almost inverted between sports and mental health. Roughly the same number of men and women talk about either sports or mental health respectively versus how men engage with their friends. I think that that's really funny. I can't help but feel left out and overwhelmed when they all have their own big ones and they're far more social. I recognize I have a very low social battery, so it makes sense, but if you have any words, I'd appreciate, or if you have any tips for being less lonely existing in solitude. Alright, questioner, just so you know, having like 5 friends that's a good number of friends. Even having 1 or 2 friends, that's a good number of friends. 3 is a good number of friends. Like I have a friends group chat on Discord. It's like more of my, close friends, and they're located all over the place because a lot of my friends, they live all over the place. I got some that live in Canada. I got some that live like up in the Northeast. There's like 10 people in that group chat, and of them, like as far as like close friends, I would say like 4. Like having a close friend is an investment in time and emotional energy, and so I would say it's all about quality more than quantity. I would say you're not doing anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong. You don't need to be hard on yourself. But the thing about being by yourself, it's like you can be alone and have satisfaction in being alone without being lonely. You should enjoy your own company because you spend 100% of time with yourself. So you should enjoy spending time with that person. You're stuck with them. But no, I feel you. I find this relatable. It's like, I wish I had more time and energy to devote towards my friendships, but it's like I do when I can, you know, and then it fluctuates over the span of the year. It's like some seasons, you know, I might be more social and engaged, and other seasons I might be more reclusive. It is okay. I feel like a misconception that we have about our relationships is that we have to have a consistent level of contact, but it's okay to kind of, you know, drift apart, do your own thing, live your own life, and then find your way back together and be like, hey, how's it going? How's it been? It's been a while. It's good to see you. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Some people just thrive in social situations. Some people have far more friends than they know what to do with. That's okay too. That's how they want to live their life. That's fine. We don't have to feel like we're doing something wrong just because of what they're doing. Just focus on being a good friend to the friends that you have. I would say that that's the most important thing. Just try to be the best friend you can be. And people will appreciate that, and they will, you know, resonate with it. The best friendships are the ones where even if you take a break and you come back, it feels like nothing changed. Exactly, because you both have a mutual understanding. Like sometimes I can get a little bit reclusive, and my friends might be like, "Hey, it's been a while. Where you been? Haven't heard from you." And I'm just like, I know. I've just been listening to audiobooks. I will have spans of like weeks or months where I will just be so invested in like books or whatever it is that I'm doing. I just don't have time for anybody else. It's like I'm just doing my own thing. That's how I've always been. I've always just been like, I know how to keep myself entertained. I know how to keep myself occupied. I have no problem being on my own. And then when I feel like I do need to socialize and spend some time with people, I know where to find them. And I feel like that's a good way to do it. So just find what feels good for you. If you feel like you want to spend more time with people, practice doing that. Don't demand anything of yourself. Just give yourself time to practice a new way of engaging and socializing with people so that you can become adapted to it. You can become more social. You can become more extroverted. You're not locked in the way you are. That's a misconception. What I would recommend is if you are trying to feel more energized in social situations, like you feel like you've got a low social battery, I would just say try to change your expectations and your objectives from socializing. Whenever you go out, just try to focus on the positive emotions that other people are feeling and then allow yourself to feel those positive emotions with them. Try to share in those emotions with them. You know, if you see people that are happy, be happy for them. That helps you to stay energized, is what I've found. Alrighty, partners. It's about time for this cowboy to hit the old dusty trail. Well, I want y'all to stay safe now out on your travels. Keep that trail dust out of your eyes. Keep your seat in the saddle. Keep an eye out for them rattlesnakes, partner. And I'll catch you on the other side of the sunset. Alrighty, gamers. I will see you all next time. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. And thank you for being you. Okay, bye-bye. I'm gonna go hang out with Casey. She's cooking, so we're gonna go right into her. So if you still want to hang out, I'll still be around. I'll just be over there with her. So come check it out. Alrighty? Okay. Bye-bye. Can't believe that guy's grandpa was the Zodiac killer. I believe him. I'm convinced. I believe him. He said he was a police officer, and I'm like, yep, that's the guy. Can you imagine living in the 70s? Like, serial killers were fucking wild out then. And then people were like hitchhiking across the country and shit, just getting murdered by truckers. It's like, what the fuck? It's just wild. Anyway, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.